that look in her eye. My hunger gets me so hard that I'm ready to cry. My sweet tooth's aching as I pass a pristine hourglass full of sugar called the Calorie Queen. She's got a wide selection, carries every flavor. Yo, we could do this now, but we could also do it later. She takes one last bite, looks at the crumbs on her chest, and with the wing she asks if I want the rest. Eating like it's copulating, no one's gonna stop her. She's a crazy lollipop, a latent hungry kitty. Might say with your jaws and homie getting like us. Everybody wants a little piece of that candy ass. She's eating like it's copulating, no one's gonna stop her. She's a crazy lollipop, a latent hungry kitty. Might say with your jaws and homie getting like us. Everybody wants a little piece of that candy ass. She's got the whole package in the front, mad sackage. Got that shipment in the back, and I can't wait to unpack it. Need a snack, gonna grab one off the rack. She's always fully stocked, this honey ain't one to slack. The other girls say, oh my gosh, she really loves that Fugazi, man. Fuck these basic bitches, they can't handle the Dagashi. All choking, getting sick off sugar stick that thick. But the candy queen, she takes it down with the lick of her lips. Don't be lying, guys, she's got you mesmerized from looking in her eyes, the way you look at her thighs. Dara's hot and she likes candy, that's really all I'm trying to communicate here. Eating like it's copulating, no one's gonna stop her. She's a crazy lollipop, a latent hungry kitty. Might say with your jaws and homie getting like us. Everybody wants a little piece of that candy ass. She's eating like it's copulating, no one's gonna stop her. She's a crazy lollipop, a latent hungry kitty. Might say with your jaws and homie getting like us. Everybody wants a little piece of that candy ass. Calorie power will purpose, and when she swerves on by, all your wife is getting nervous. Hiding my heart within a secret compartment stand. The number of fingers you want to stick inside his armpits. Want some comfort food, what you be needing? She got the milk duds, fine vines, itching for breathing. Naturally sweet, not a drop of synthetic. Dig into the spread and eat until I'm diabetic. She's copacetic, always chilling, never lazy, just ecstatic, energetic with a little bit of crazy. She works it up, and though she doesn't keep track, whatever, everything left over goes up top and in the back. And when you wanna pop the question, don't be bringing a rock. Get down on your knees, son, and show her that ring pop. She's sucking on it and she ain't gonna stop. You know you gave her cherry flavor, now that cherry's getting popped. Eating like it's copulating, no one's gonna stop her. She's a crazy lollipop, a latent hungry kitty. Might say with your jaws and homie getting like us. Everybody wants a little piece of that candy ass. She's eating like it's copulating, no one's gonna stop her. She's a crazy lollipop, a latent hungry kitty. Might say with your jaws and homie getting like us. Everybody wants a little piece of that candy ass. So the song was written by my dick. So if it sucks, you know, don't be too hard on him. Don't ride him too much. Yeah, starving, give me something for my blood sugar drops. Man, the candy shop's closed and my heart's gonna stop. My stomach's gone numb, it's got me weak in the knees. I need to snack up to get back up, but I'm easy to please. And then she struts on by with that look in her eye. My hunger gets me so hard that I'm ready to cry. My sweet tooth's aching as I pass a pristine hourglass full of sugar called the Calorie Queen. She's got a wide selection, carries every flavor. Yo, we could do this now, but we could also do it later. She takes one last bite, looks at the crumbs on her chest, and with the wing she asks if I want the rest. Eating like it's copulating, no one's gonna stop her. She's a crazy lollipop, a latent hungry kitty. Might
Hello everybody. Can you hear me? Just double checking. Test and all that. Am I coming through all nice and all nicely and well and all that fun stuff? Yeah, you can hear me. Good. So, welcome to my little leather making stream. Today I am going to be doing something a little different. Last time we had a specific project we were working on, which was our little puppy mask, which turned out, I think, pretty well. For those who have not seen it, let me bring it back out here. This was our puppy mask here. So, puppy mask all glued up, all done. Let me move the camera just a little bit further down. There we go. So that is our pup mask right there. Today, though, we are going to do something a little different, which is I'm going to be doing sort of production line work, which is I have a list of things I need to get done, and you guys are going to help me get through that. So I'm not going to get through all of it today, but you can kind of see I have a list here. I don't know if the list is showing up real well, but I have a list here of things that I kind of want to kind of power my way through, and we're going to do that as much as we can. I'm going to put on some music. We can chat as much as you like. I can answer any questions about leather making. I can answer any questions about me. I can answer any questions, all that stuff. Hello, Raven. How are you today? I can answer, whatever questions you might have. Choker, scale, ring scale. Oh, absolutely. Well, yeah, you should not. You should be watching. You shouldn't be really watching when you're driving 6 feet, but I appreciate that. I'm good, Raven. So yeah, we're gonna power our way through as much of this stuff as we can. I already have. You'll see I have roll after roll after roll after roll after roll of just. I've already pre-cut a big chunk of the leather I'm going to be using today. So you can see, yep, I've just cut a bunch of leather out already. We have strips and strips and strips of leather that we are going to use to make stuff. And I'm going to do that by I have a process that I go through when I'm doing this, which is I tend to pick all of the yeah, no, 6 feet. That's probably a good idea. So I'm gonna get through as much of this as I can. The way I usually do these kinds of things, these production line style of work, is I do all of the things that are kind of the same size and the same basic design first, and then I'll move on and do some of the more single one-off things, stuff like that. And it's a very systematic process. It's very, just lots of repetition. We're going to get through as much of this as I can. That's really cool. 6 feet. But yeah, we're going to get through as much of this as we can, while both time and my wrist give out. I've been doing some work. I've been doing some work, a fair bit of work over the past few days, and so my wrist is not in the best condition. And we don't want to injure ourselves for this and for stream, so we will get through as long as I'm comfortable. But I don't expect. I'm expecting I'll be able to get through a fair number of these. The first thing we're going to do, though, is we're going to start with some collars and chokers, because those are sort of relatively quick to make and relatively easy to make. I need to make, it looks like, 3, 4, 5, 10 black base chokers, if I can, if I have enough leather cut, and 4, looks like 4 purple choker 3/4 inch collars. So we're going to start with that. How do I figure out how long any given piece is going to be? The answer is I just kind of guess. I've been doing this long enough that I know that most people's neck size is generally 15, 16 inches and up, with a few that are a little bit narrower than that, and a few that are narrower and a few that are larger than that. So I tend to try and make my collars and chokers somewhat on the longer side, because it's always easier to trim down than it is to size up. I'm also going to start up some music, so I'll go ahead and I'll turn it on now. And okay, can you let me know if the music is at the right level? Is it too quiet, too loud? Can you hear me next to the music? Alrighty, good. Alright, so let's get started. So this is 3/4 inch leather right here. I'm actually going to turn this just to go a little bit more this way. There we go. Okay. I'm going to take a cloth tape measure and figure out how long I want to make this. So that's not long enough. I generally like to go about 19 or 20 inches long for my first couple pieces of leather. So I'm going to mark that mark that and chop. So since I know this piece is about 20 inches long, I can now use that to just kind of make the cuts for the additional pieces. So I need, as I was saying, I need 5 roughly this size. So I can just pull out here. I'm going to move the rivets out of the way for now. I don't need those just yet. So I can, as you can see, I can kind of roughly figure out how big I need them by just measuring them next to each other and chopping. And I'll do a couple that are a little bit shorter and a couple that are a little bit longer. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's make that one a little bit longer. These shorter pieces are not going to go to waste. I'll show you what we're going to do with those in a little bit. Grab another roll. Three, 4, 5. All right, that should be enough for the black pieces that I have. That's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it, Invalid. I actually try to aim for a bit over 16 because honestly these days most people have bigger than a 16-inch neck. I'm not saying anything, but we'll just say the average neck size has gone up. But one thing I will need centerpiece holders to hold the rings and stuff that I'm going to be putting on this. So for those, I routinely make those about 2.5 inches. So for every one of these that I make, I have to have a 2.5 inch. I have to have a 2.5 inch section. So we're just gonna. That's why I was saying these shorter pieces of leather never really go to waste. Because I use pretty much everything here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and hey, that actually worked out pretty much perfectly. We also need 4 in purple. Yeah. Right, exactly, Raven. So since your neck is exactly 16 inches, you would want something a bit longer than 16 inches, so you have a little bit of slack to play around with, and you'd have the ability to fit it to your comfort. So in reality, you'd probably want closer to 18 or 18 and a half full inches for a comfortable collar. Yeah. Okay. And remember, there's always going to be slack, and there's always going to be offcuts, and always going to be a little bit of here and there. And so it's just easier to chop out sort of bigger chunks. And of course, since I'm doing 4 of those, I need to chop off 4 of these. One, 2, 3, and I have another 1/2 inch. A 3/4 inch piece right here. All right. And now now comes some of the boring stuff. I have to cut and tip basically all of these. This is the grindy part, because I have to take my little marking awl here, find the 3/4 inch marker, and I have to mark the tip for every single one of these pieces. Not just one side, but both sides with my marking awl. It's sometimes called a scratch awl as well. And I just got to do this for every single piece that I make. It's very repetitious work, as you can guess. You want to make a heart? Yeah, a heart choker is, they're nice. I'm going to be making some of those today as well. Excuse me. I need to restock that, so I'm probably going to do some of those, especially in, I might do those, I have some of those in black to do with silver hearts, and I might do some purple ones with black hearts. I'm not sure. I might also do some purple ones with silver hearts. They're usually pretty popular, so, you know, I kind of want to do a bunch of them. I have Invalid. I do. I have the ability to do tooling, and I have done it in the past. For this kind of stuff, and when I'm just producing, like mass producing, I tend to avoid it because it is, you know, it's very time intensive, and it's very, you know, it's very time and labor intensive. I've definitely done it for custom orders. I've also done it on simpler designs on request. But when I'm doing this kind of mass production work, especially for what's going to be sold at like little day fairs and art shows and stuff like that, I tend to try and make things that are going to be a little more attractive to people that maybe don't have a huge budget for the stuff they're looking to buy. Oh yeah, no, it is time consuming, it is detail work, and it will be hard on your wrists and your hands and, you know, everything involved with it. So yeah, no, I get the it's painful. Yeah, it hurts. I also get the questions. I can probably dig up examples. I can probably dig up a couple of examples of things I have done that have involved more tooling work. I've got them around somewhere. So. Often, when I'm doing, yeah, I absolutely, so I, usually when I'm doing a first prototype of something, I generally keep the first prototype of whatever thing it is that I'm doing. So, you know, my experiments, my first tries at doing things, stuff like that. If it's something that I've done that is usable, but you know, more prototype-ish, then I'll keep it myself. You know, just for pretty's sake, I suppose. I guess you'd say. But Yeah, we just do every little piece of this. Every time we do these collars and chokers, you have to kind of... Unless I want to spend the money for... So they do make belt tongue punches. The problem is you... usually they're hammer punches. And honestly, marking and cutting these is going to be easier on my wrists than hammering every single tongue. Because believe me, and since my wrists are kind of bad already, I like to avoid doing a bunch of hammering whenever possible. Like a ton of hammering. For example, I can show you something that I did the other day. That I was doing... Actually, typing doesn't screw my wrists. Hammering does. And I did a bunch of thuddy toys that I call heavy buddies the other day, which are these guys. So, big, heavy, leather thuddy boys. But every single one of these studs has to be hammered in. And there's 9 studs per... it's not soft. I will say that much. It is not soft because it is weighted and it is wrapped leather. So there's no... but yeah, I had to hammer in every single one of those studs, and there's 9 studs per toy, and I did 20 toys. So imagine, so basically 180 studs I had to hammer in. That, you know, takes a toll on your wrists. I think the worst I've ever treated my wrists, though, was so I was doing a project where I was doing these shoulder-length opera-style gloves. And they weren't zippered, they were laced. So, laced opera gloves. So I had to punch and set, I think it was 80 grommets per sleeve. So 160 grommets per pair, and I did 3 pairs. So 480 grommets, which I hand set with a hammer and anvil because I didn't know any better at the time. So that was I could not move. So the day after I did that, the day I did it, I actually I didn't feel that bad. But the next day, I could not move my hand, and if I tried to put any pressure into my palm, my entire hand would completely... And I just realized I did something kind of stupid. Okay, well, the first part of this stream might get muted due to copyright because I forgot to switch off the VOD track. Whoops. I never went pneumatic invalid, but I did get a setting tool that would take a variety of different grommet sizes and for setting and stuff like that. But yeah, it was an experience because like my hand was the bruising was so bad it impinged on a nerve, and I literally couldn't grip anything with any real strength for for 3 or 4 days after I did that. It was a learning experience. There's a reason I have a machine for basically anything for anything I need to do. Basically, if I have to do an action that is anything like that more than 10 times, I try and get a machine for it now. It's just not worth the damage that it can do to you in the long term. It becomes almost counterproductive when you try to do anything else. Especially since I like doing this, and I'd like to keep doing it, and I'd like to keep making money on it. And if I destroy my wrists doing it, that is not a long-term survival strategy, I guess you'd call it. Yes. Although actually, Invalid, this isn't really a hobby for me. This has been my primary income for almost a decade now. Unfortunately, I never really recovered from the COVID pandemic, so I'm back to job hunting now, but like I did make it almost 10 years with this as just my main source of income. So I feel reasonably accomplished with that. One of those things that I'm actually proud of saying I'm able to do. I do all sorts of shows. I go to conventions, and I go to pride fairs and, sort of open fairs and things like that. And I sell to, honestly, primarily the kinky people, but I sell to a lot of people who like the pretty leather things that I make, especially the collars and chokers and things like that. Possibly. I mean, I don't go to the Midwest, really. I'm mostly a Pacific Northwest kind of person, but I have definitely sold my stuff to people all over the country. I know a lot of people who come to conventions in my area. So I wouldn't be surprised if you've seen my stuff. I try to do my stuff, and I try to make my stuff relatively conventional, just a little different than most people. Because you got to find your niche, and you don't want to impinge on other people's products. I mean, let's face it, a cuff is a cuff and a flogger is a flogger. But if you can figure out your own way of doing it and make it just a little bit different, then like you should. Let's see. The big thing is I've always tried, one of the things that I've never really had luck with, though, is coming up with that one thing, that sort of one product that grabs people's attention. Something that I could sort of make a name for myself doing. Anyone who knows American leather culture, and possibly even internationally, has heard of someone like Mr. S, who is like the model for pup hoods, for the most common style pup hood for sale in the United States. And they do other sorts of stuff as well, but they made a name doing leather hoods and stuff like that. Enough so that now they have competition from cheap overseas knockoffs. Because of course they do. Hands on me slow. Let go. All right. Show it to me. Show it to me. An appropriate song at the moment. My desk will get increasingly Yep, dragons, that makes sense to me. Like, I wouldn't be surprised at all if that stuff shows up there. And you will see as we do this today, my desk will get increasingly disordered as I just kind of pick things up and put things down wherever I need to. I have that whole ADHD thing of like, it just goes there, and then I can never find it again. Show it to me. I'm also hoping of improving my workspace in the near future if I can afford it. Right now I'm literally just working on a fold-out table that is beat to hell. Thus all the wiggling and stuff. It's not incredibly sturdy. I was thinking of spending the money on getting one of those sort of kitchen island things, because those generally are heavier and they have a big wood butcher block generally for the surface to work on, so it'd be nice and heavy. And it would also have some good storage underneath. All right. So, mostly done with that for now. And now we just start punching a bunch of holes. But yeah, you can see how sort of production line leather work is a little bit, you know, it's almost rhythmic, you know? It's just about finding a good pace and going through and just chugging along. Yeah, invalid. That sounds great. I will have to look it up, Raven, because it was really dumb. I'll have to look it up for you sometime, because it was really dumb, because it took me forever to find them as well, for the same reason. The name you would use for them is like one of those SEO strings of kind of garbage words strung together. Because if you just try to look up heart ring or heart D ring or anything like that, you get wearable rings, which is not what we're going for. And of course, once I found it online, yeah, search engine enshittification, right. And of course, once I found them, I ended up buying I bought 90 or 100 of the silver, and then a bunch of the black ones, because I knew I would never probably remember to what to do next time. All right, so what we're doing here is now we are doing the hole punches for the hole punches that are where the buckles are going to go. So for that, I generally know that if I roll it over one finger, that'll be enough to cover a buckle. So like that. If I just, so literally just sort of roll it over, flip it over, and punch. All right. And of course, you kind of don't, you want to have as little slack as possible in these. You don't want the wastage. Yeah, that's not a bad way of doing it. It's just about finding the right combination of dumb words that the search engines finally recognize. Sometimes if you add the words for crafting on the end, you might get better results. You know? Okay, so that's all of those. Now I am going to use, so I get a regular punch. This is I think it's a 1 inch or a 3/4. This is a 3/4. Yeah, this is a 3/4 inch slot punch. It is built for hammering, but I don't hammer. What I do instead is I have what's called something called an arbor press that I will use with this to as a punch. Unfortunately, the arbor press is big enough you're not going to be able to see it on screen. And of course it goes in the space where all of these rolls of leather, all these leather pieces are. So we're going to move those leather pieces off to the side so I can pull my arbor press into place. Lots of random pieces of chunks of leather and random rounds of leather. Okay. Now, are my headphones long enough to get me to the arbor press? They are. Good. Ugh. Okay. Here, let me see if I can... Well, no, I need to keep this... This is a heavy piece of equipment, so this is something I definitely need to kind of keep on the edge of my table. Let me see if I can show it to you without showing off my face, preferably. So, there it is. That is an arbor press. That's what I use to do sort of heavy punching things. That looks good. That's back to looking good. And I basically just slot take the arbor press, set the little ring punch there, and then just push it down. And you get a nice little buckle slot. So let's do all of those. Emperor Zenderman, hello there. How's it going? Good to see you in chat. We're doing some leather work, and apparently, since we're working with leather and metal, YouTube has decided to give us leather and metal for our music. That's a very... it's not as off-center as I thought it was. I'm doing good. I'm just doing some production work. This first section we're doing is we're taking care of some of these leather collars and collars that I need to kind of get done. You'll probably hear some clicking and clanking as I run the Arbor Press. Hopefully that clicking and clanking is good ASMR for you folks. Is that good sounds? Are those good sounds for the ASMR crowd? Yes, YouTube, I am still here. You can keep playing. You can hear that ka-chunk. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Should be 9. Yep, 9. We are done with the Arbor Press for now, although we will probably be coming back for some of these pieces. I'm just going to put this to the side for the moment, because I'm sure that I will probably slam my foot into it at some point over the course of today. And I will get the hardware that I need for the next part, which is the buckles and the rings. Oops. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the rings. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Time to bring back my good friend, the rivet setter, so I don't have to hammer them and ruin my wrists even more. And with all the rivets that I need, I will bring out my big Bins O rivets. Lots and lots and lots of rivets. And you just push these through. Alright. Set the rivet, and then you've got your buckle in place. Luckily, there's a little bit of give and a little bit of slack on these, so if your buckle slot is not perfectly centered, it's not that big a deal. Especially since I don't really have a centering tool. Okay. All right, this is a decent cover of this song. Decent cover. There's nothing like the original, of course, but this is a decent cover. Yeah. It's so clear. No cannonballs. That's when I hear. Cry, little sister. Time for your brother. Save me, sister. Stop with your brother. Let's read. This needs. This makes me really want to, again, really want to get back into mapping for Beat Saber because, like, I can't help it. When I hear a good song, a lot of the times I'm just like, I really want to play Beat Saber to this song. You know what I mean? Like, you hear a good song and you're just like, man, that would make a really good Beat Saber map. So let's see. Does anyone else, people have any questions about what I do or my leather work or anything like that? I do have shows coming up in March that I'm doing, but then my first big event of the year is an event called Kinkfest that happens during Easter weekend in April, which is a kinky convention in the Pacific Northwest that happens Yep, exactly. But yeah. But yeah, like, if you look me up on, if you look up Kinkfest, which is an event in the Pacific Northwest, you'll get pretty close to doxing. You'll get pretty close to doxing my location. Not that I care that much. I mean, who wants to go knocking at the door of an old of an old cat, right? An old leather-making cat. Okay, so for this next part, we are going to attach the center tags and the rings to these. I pretty much at this point do this by feel, which is I could take a measurement and center it, but really what I want is I want it basically a couple inches of overhang, an inch or two of overhang over the buckle. And then that's close enough to center. Like that's close enough to center that you generally don't have to worry about it too much. So then I can just punch the first hole. I know we have ads, but for those who don't have ads, they can continue to see me working. Set the... then I set the rivet. Or I should say I set the first rivet. Take the ring, slide it on, and then just fit the hole in and just punch through that way. So I'm doing it. Yes, the hole punch has always squeaked this much. The rotary punch has always been a squeaky boy. And then there we go. So this part is very much just I've been doing this long enough. I do this by feel and by experience. You don't really need, honestly, you don't really need strict measurements for a lot of this. It's all stuff that you guessing and guesstimating is all perfectly fine for this kind of thing. But, you know, this is what I mean by this is assembly line work. This is just me doing repetitious actions over and over and over. One thing I don't do on most of my collars and chokers, especially ones that are going to go in my booth for sale, like sale at an event, is I don't actually punch any fitting holes. You know, I don't punch the holes that actually the buckle tongue goes through. And I don't punch any fitting holes because to me, well, it saves me a bit of work, but it also means that when someone buys from me, I can punch the hole. I take my hole punch with me, and I can just punch and fit the collar on the spot, which is really nice because it gives them a sort of custom fit. And a lot of people really appreciate the idea of having a custom fit on their collar. I also will add, extra holes for them so that they can wear their collar looser when they want to, sometimes a little tighter when they want to. But by, just having that initial fitting, it's just a nice little customer service thing. And it honestly saves me some time. Although, when my booth gets swamped, sometimes I can be that can make me a little bit distractible when I have a booth full of customers and I've got 4 or 5 people lined up to get their collars fitted. But, it's a thing you deal with. And most people are very patient, are willing to be patient for a little bit of custom work. Which is what I want to give them. Yeah. It doesn't happen a lot, but when it does happen, it's kind of nuts bag. Ooh, this is fruit, or apricot, depending on how you know them. A very talented metal singing VTuber. Come here. Pixie Bay. One thing I I have done the retail thing as well. I've absolutely done the retail thing. I have had the misfortune of doing the Black Friday experience, of having to do the Black Friday experience in retail. For those overseas who don't know the Black Friday experience, if it's gone, it's pretty much, it's kind of gone global, but it's very, very American. The day after Thanksgiving, everyone goes, oh hey, thinks the last major holiday before Christmas is happening. Let's have everybody go out and spend money. And stores put on these huge sales that are kind of questionable whether they're actually sales or not. And people will line up. There are definitely stories of people getting trampled and injured and even killed because of Black Friday. So, yeah. Americans be insane. All right. I will not at all deny that we are often effing nuts. And because I have to meet my political tag, I mean, if we weren't nuts, would we have elected who we elected at this last time? Yeah, we're doing callers. We're doing callers at the moment, Beth. How are you today? Good to see you. We're kind of I'm making mass making today. Sort of a fast. I'm doing a production line stream today. Sort of churning out a bunch of the things that I have to make a bunch of, and sort of showing chat how I power my way through when I have to do bunches and bunches of things at once. So let me give you. Hey, Invalid, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Thank you for being here. So, Dragon, Crochet, let me give you my honest opinion on that and my honest assessment. So, what happened this past election was, overall, 3 million people fewer voted for Trump than they did in the 2020 election. So, a lot fewer people wanted Trump as president. The problem is that 12 million fewer people who normally register and vote Democrat didn't. Now, why is that? Honestly, part of it, I think, is just good old-fashioned sexism and racism, which has a very long history in this country. Because we had a woman of color running for the presidency. So I think there was a fair bit of good old fashioned, just unspoken racism, sexism going on there. What I'm doing now is I'm marking out the holes that I will put for on my 3/4 inch collars. I do a couple of rivets as accents. So I'm marking out all of the punch holes for the accent holes, the accent rivets. And I'll come back through and punch those out. There was also a lot, the other reason is that unfortunately a lot of Republicans and especially MAGA will basically vote Republican no matter who's at the top of the ticket. Whereas Democrats are a coalition, and a lot of the coalition on the left are absolutists on certain things. So there was a lot of... So there were a lot of people who were unhappy, specifically with how the United States was approaching the Israel and Gaza conflict. There were a lot of people who were having real financial problems because, you know, COVID and everything that happened after COVID sent the price of everything super high, and wages have not followed. So a lot of people were very unhappy about inflation and how it seemed like the Democrats were just kind of like saying that, oh wait, inflation's over, you should be happy now. When, sure, inflation had cooled off, but all the prices were still really high. So you put all that together, and you got a bunch of people who refuse to vote for Democrats on moral grounds, and then you get a bunch of other people who refuse to vote for Democrats because of, you know, they believe that the Democrats aren't listening, aren't paying attention. And then lastly, you get a bunch of people who are just won't vote for a black woman. And you put those three things together, and you get 12 million people not voting, and Trump and the felon-in-chief wins. Right. And that's kind of, I think, the biggest thing. And now we get to deal with it now we get to deal with it, and we have to hope that our left, which I know is really not that left, can figure out what the fuck they're doing. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. So these first batch I'm punching, these are my sort of what I call my standard center ring collars. They are meant to be they're basically mostly meant to be pretty. But they're meant to be pretty while staying relatively simple. And being relatively sturdy. So people can get something of decent quality without having to pay through their nose, and get something that's relatively elegant and simple, and really enjoy it. All right. And this is... So we're going to do these 5 first because they don't require as many hole punches, and they don't require me to change equipment. Or, yeah, change setting equipment. The next 4 we have to do will. Take it slow. And for those who are curious, this is Frog Leap Studios, Leo something, who is, I think he might actually be Norwegian, but Norwegian he's from the Nordic region at least. He does metal covers of lots and lots of different songs and genres. And I really, really enjoy his work. If you go on YouTube, look up Frog Leap Studios, is what I will say. And he's got hundreds and hundreds of musical covers, metal musical covers. He hasn't posted in quite a while, so I hope he's just touring or something, and nothing has happened to him. Because it's been a while since he's posted anything, but so I hope he's really still in the game, so to speak. Not waiting to burst. It looks like might be one. Alright. Time to punch a bunch of rivets. Alright, so that is the final result for one of my purple ones. That is what the collars look like. Is that relatively new to you? Near to you, Crochet? So, there we go. There's one of how the collar looks at the end. And then I toss it aside to the pile. Okay, so keep in mind, I don't know the scale of your... I'm bad at scales. How far away by car or by train would it take for you to get there? Just for my reference. Because you have to remember, I'm from a state where it takes me 5 hours to drive from where I live to the eastern border. So I live on the coast. It takes me 5 hours to drive to the eastern border of my state. So, scale is a little different, maybe. You're driving 30 hours? Woof! I take it you're a commercial trucker there, 6 feet? I don't think I could handle being a commercial trucker myself. Okay. I need to make sure I have enough. I do. I have plenty. Aha. Ah, okay. I get that. That makes sense, Crochet. So the next batch of the collars that I'm doing are going to have these pink scales on them. That's the next batch we're doing. So they're going to be pretty. But for that, I need another marking template, which is over here. Yep, there it is. When I'm doing these, I do 4 scales on each. When I'm doing these, I do 4 scales on each side. So I, of course, made a little template for it because I make a template for everything if I can. Making templates, making quickie measurement tools, all that stuff is incredibly important if you're doing this sort of production line style work. Because if you have to sit there and measure it out every single time, you are losing so much time to just taking out the tape measure or the ruler or so any place you can make a template, make a template. Although this reminds me, I should maybe get this template turned into something a little thicker like that one over there. This one tends to get lost because it's just a little slip of paper. So it'll probably be good to yeah. Yep. Essentially, as soon as I figure out something is going to be something I make more than a couple times, it gets a template. It absolutely gets a template. Okay. Let's actually put our tools away, shall we? Tools away learning to put your tools away is a discipline that oftentimes I don't have. In some ways, I'm actually very glad to be doing this for all of you because one thing, you guys keep me honest. You generally force me to keep my workspace in some resemblance of order, or if it gets out of order, I have to clean it up before I do my streams for you all. So thank you. As an audience, you make me a lot more organized than I normally would be. And here's another song that, like, I appreciate the effort, but it's never going to be as good as it's never going to be as good as the original. Never, ever, ever. Especially since the original song also was chronologically correct. Meaning all of the events that they sang in the original song happened in the order they sing it. Speaking of, we're just going to skip this one. Yeah. Like, yeah. Sorry, Fall Out Boy, you're getting skipped. Are you sure about that, Len? I know how you like your fire. Light me. Boop on me. Okay. So that part's done. But things are going to be a little different this way. And that's because on these guys, if you notice, the holes in the scales are bigger than the rivets. Honestly, dragons, it's impossible to contain them. They bounce all over the place. They like, no matter how much you try to keep them contained in one space, you never can, because even if you try to like punch over a garbage can or anything like that, they just go where they want. I just vacuum every once in a while. Is what I do. I just vacuum and get them all that way. I also know someone who uses them for bigger holes and collects them and puts them in jewelry and stuff. Like they make little clear jewelry pieces and they put all the leather scraps in there. Alright, so what I was saying was, since these scales, the holes in the scales are too big for our rivets heads, I use these guys. I use washers. Now these are stainless steel washers. A flat-sided washer. They are just large enough to cover the hole in the scale. You can see it's actually kind of a tight fit, but it works. Yeah, like epoxy jewelry. So for these are 3/4 Raven. But I also use, I also do 1/2-inch chokers, and we're going to get to that in a little bit. After I'm done with these chokers, we're going to do some 1/2-inch, and you'll see some of the 1/2-inch pieces that I do. I also, however, these guys do not like to set easily with a conventional rivet setter. So that arbor press you saw earlier, I'm going to be using that with this, which is a hammerable rivet setter that I've chopped the end off of so it'll fit in my arbor press. Because again, I'm not about to hand hammer every single one of these. But I'll show you kind of the first one, how I set these. Hey Gaz, good to see you. If you're here in the chat, I hope you are. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you for the subscription. You've been subscribed here since I first started, which was November. Alright, so I'm getting the arbor press back. Again, you're probably not going to really be able to see this part of what I'm doing, so I'll do my best to narrate, but it's mostly me just sitting here and setting down rivets and punching down rivets, so... but what I do is I'll take the leather piece, put a rivet up through, put the scale up through, put the washer up through, flat side down. I like a little curve. And then I will do that. And then I fiddle with it a little bit while it's just before I punch it to get it where I want it to be. And then I'll just set it, and then I'll set it down. Not very difficult, but certainly, you know, a little bit time consuming now and again. Because it is a little bit fiddly. And that's how it kind of looks once I've finished setting it. Now you're not going to see that one. The only one you're going to see is going to be the one at the very end. Because all of these ones are going to be covering the ones in front of them. It's a fair bit of little fiddly work for what I am looking to do. But I like it. It's worth the effort, in my opinion. Now I needed 3 pink and 1 blue. Okay, so I don't need to do all of them. I'm not doing all of them in this pink. Some people have asked, do the people wearing these feel the scales, and do they scratch or anything like that? And the answer is not really. The thickness of the leather sort of keeps the scales away from the skin. And since these are pretty narrow collars, you know, there's not really any contact between the person and the scales. Now the scales are also aluminum, so they're basically non-reactive to people with metal allergies or issues like that, and it's not really a big deal. At least not that I've encountered before. So let's bite. Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to keep as much of this as within, so you guys can see it as I can. I want you to be able to see as much of this as of what I'm doing as I can. Is this like a strobe light? All right. Stop being fiddly. This part is a little time consuming because, again, these are little fiddly pieces that I'm dealing with at this point, but so they're not quite as fast as my other chokers and collars get, but no one ever said it was easy. Well, okay, so let me be clear. Leather crafting and leather work, I would not classify as hard. Does it have some tricks and things that you really should get around to learning? I mean, are there tricks and techniques to make it easier? Of course. Is there a learning curve? Sure. But none of it is really difficult. You know? And there it is. That is what the collar will look. That is what the collar looks like when completed. Now to move on to the next one. Back again. Yep, that's exactly what it is. fire. And you know, it's not just any craft, it's any job, really. You just kind of gotta find your way of doing things, and, or I should say any career, anything where you're practicing your own skill kind of thing. You just kind of figure out what works for you and go from there. This is another good cover. This day. Nuns. Right over here. Yeah, these men. Ooh, such a raw. You got to let you know. Got to let you know. You're my kind. Night. I'm not sleeping. Something about you, baby, that makes me sweat. LA, sleeping, look at all. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna live my life right over here and give me a moment. Memories are so raw. Got to let you know. Got to let you know. You're one of my kind. Need you tonight. You, babe. Makes me sweat. I guess you're getting a little bit of karaoke. What do you feel? What does it feel? I'm thinking on. What's gonna do? I'm gonna live my life. How do you feel? I'm lonely. Think it all. What you gonna do? I'm gonna live my life. Right over here. So raw. Got to let you know. My kind. Scaled collar number 2. Again, that same pink. We're doing 3 of these pink ones and a blue one. So the blue one will be slightly different because I still have some differently punched scales that I had custom made ages and ages ago. So they don't need the washers so much. They go a little bit faster because of that, but that is if I still have blue. Yeah. It's pretty. might do it when I get closer to June. I might do some Pride Month. Some Pride Month themed ones. Well, thank you. So I am normally a... So I like all kinds of music. But in particular, I tend towards metal. With a few notable club bands. And this is definitely one of those club bands that I really like. And since I haven't done a lot of music browsing on YouTube... Yeah, no, I understand. It's kind of defaulting to this as my playlist. But believe me, my music selection is varied and eclectic. And in fact, if you have requests, I'm more than happy to play requests. If there's something you'd like me to play, you can't link it in chat, but if you have a band or something you think I'd find interesting, I'm more than happy to listen to whatever. In all reality, if I was doing this, without you guys here, I would probably be watching Twitch streams. Either watching Twitch streams or YouTube or, something. So, you guys are helping me a lot by keeping me on task and focused. And chatting with you is a lot of fun. I enjoy it. And the music is stuff I enjoy, so, Contrast, Just Propaganda is a good song. Good to know. I would probably not be watching the video because I'd be doing this, but nope, need the washer. Geez, things. Cause pretty girls like ugly things. I will look it up after this song then. One more to go. And then we are done with this particular batch of stuff, and we can move on to the next stuff. What do I need? Sorry. Just checking my list real quick. Is this them? I think so. Yeah, this is them. Nope, that's purple. I don't need purple. I need blue. I don't have enough blue there, so it looks like we're switching over to the new style blue. If I have blue. I think I have blue. There's blue. Oh, right. Oops. Pause that for a minute. You were saying I should look for contrast propaganda. Just propaganda. Okay. Aha! I'm afraid I am not going to understand this song, but it does sound like the kind of music I would enjoy. Oh no, here we go. Sounds pretty good. I like it. I'm betting it's picking. I'm betting the mic is the webcam mic is picking up a little bit of the sound leaking from my earbuds because I don't have like close fit earbuds. So I wouldn't be surprised if the mic is picking up a little bit of the music. Yeah, no, this is definitely the kind of music I would be into. There's actually very few kinds of music I really dislike. I might dislike certain individual songs occasionally, but for the most part, my music tastes are very much kind of eclectic and very let's see what else we got in here. I don't mind trying their playlist. Let's see what their playlist is like. So this is Contrast's album. I'll play. Let's see what their album is like. I'll listen to their album. Okay, so the video for this one is highly silly. I will say that much. You must dance. And hey, we've basically been going 2 hours already. You guys are good at keeping me busy and keeping me occupied. I wouldn't say this is the fastest I can do this kind of production, but it's a pretty decent estimation of what I can do. The big change is that so the big thing about this kind of production work is that so there's the blue one. You can see how the pretty blue looks. The big thing with this is that the difference between me doing like the difference between what we did like this how could I phrase this? We just did 9 colors, 9 of these colors, slightly different styles, but 9 colors. It took me 2 hours. The difference between me doing 9 of these colors and like 15 or 20 of these colors is not going to be the same. It is going to like this took 2 hours. Doing 20 of them is not going to take me 4 hours because doing this production style method that I do means that I just work through each step very efficiently. So there's that. All right, so for our next stuff on the list, why don't I do something very different, because I only have to do a couple of these. Yeah. Ooh, naughty song. Where's the 1 inch? There's the 1 inch. Okay. So for the next thing we're going to do, actually, sorry, I'm looking at my list and kind of deciding. Let me check something real quick. Yeah, I can tell. Sorry, I'm checking some of the stuff that I have. Okay, I think I can do that. These ones are 5/8. I don't need the 5/8. I need a 1/2 inch. This'll do. Alright. Oh, those are 3/4. So I'm looking for something very specific. Is that where those went? Fuck. I thought I was out of those. I love digging through my supplies and that'll work. And finding out that, like, and finding out something that I thought I had, turns out I don't have. Alright, guess I'm doing this. Doing it this way. Okay. Yeah, there's a huge amount of selection out there. So one thing I wanted to do today, we'll not use these right now. Okay. So this is where I'd like, chat, I'd like your words. Words are hard. I'd like your opinion on something. So, I have this purple. So I have this purple, and this is a 1/2 inch. Now, do you think this purple is going to go better with these black hearts or these silver hearts? Which do you think is going to be a better color match for these? What do you think, chat? Black? You're thinking black? And I would have these darker rivets, these gunmetal rivets, to go with the so I have, and those are the rivets that would go with it. So we have 1 vote for black and 1 vote for silver. Anyone want to be the tiebreaker? Well, I'm not. So this is going to be a batch make to go on my booth. So I'm not going to make like 1 of each. I'm going to do like, 8 to 10 of them. That's kind of why I'm trying to make a little bit of I might, do either color later, but I'm just trying to look for something because I have True. Let's go with the black for now. Because I've been I'll be honest, I've been kind of looking for a replacement. I've been doing white leather with the black, and to be frank, they don't sell real well, so I've been how do I put this? Just trying to find a better color match, kind of. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we'll start with a half dozen. We start with a half dozen. That's a good selection of sort of basic inventory for people to wear if they want to wear it, if they want to try it on. So yeah, we'll go with that, which means I won't need you guys for right now. Can pull those off to the side. Now these are a little bit different because these are two-piece chokers. Two-piece chokers. What that means is that, like, there's the centerpiece, and then the centerpiece splits the two sides, which means I have to kind of take that into account. And one side needs to be longer than the other. So, for example, I have to kind of make one longer than the other, and each pair is going to go around one of the heart rings. And you'll see what I mean by that in a little bit when unlike the other ones, what I do in these, Harold is indeed nearby, Raven. Harold the head is indeed nearby. basically now I have to keep each of these in pairs. Do you want head pats with Harold as your proxy? There's Harold. Okay, you're gonna go to bed, Raven? Okay. Head pats. Head pats for Harold and proxy for Raven. Head pat, head pat, head pat. You be good, Raven. I hope you get to go back. I hope your class week is a good week. I hope you enjoy things. I will see you on Monday for your Beat Saber multiplayer stream. But head pats, head pats, head pats, head pats, head pats. Head pats for Harold. I'm sure Harold appreciates all the head pats and scritches and scritches, head pats and scritches. And sleep good, Raven. You definitely deserve it. One more school for week. How long is winter break? Just a week? Well, that's good. Well, at least a break is still good. A week break is still good. But have a good night. Have a good night, Raven. So you'll see that I'm sort of... So you'll see that I'm breaking these up into pairs. And the reason I'm doing that is going to be pretty obvious pretty quickly. But I am definitely doing some longer ones. Three, four, five. One more pair. All right. Keeping things in order by wrapping up my leather. Okay. This is one of those few times when I kind of do most of the hole punching and stuff at individually rather than like doing all of one bit then all of the next bit, and so because we need to fit and mark these around our hearts. So there's that. And I have to do each pair in the same way. So time for more leather punching. And I want to make sure I keep the pairs together because each pair is going to go around one of the hearts. And let me know if I'm, getting out of frame or you can't see what I'm doing or you need to see what I'm doing better. When I get into a rhythm, I kind of stop paying as much attention. Or paying as much attention, I should say. One thing I always have a problem with, just in general, is I have a really shitty sense of scale. So even though I know there's more than 20 inches of material in each of these pieces, it doesn't feel like it to me. It feels like it's a lot less. Okay, thank you. All right, so now we can punch all over the holes. Yep. Yep, it's absolutely a thing. I mean, it doesn't help that this leather is curling up as soon as I let go of it. So as soon as it's like, I'm done with it, it's like, oh, hey, let's curl back up and seem like we're small again. Maybe if we curl up small enough, he won't notice us, and then he won't have to, then he won't punch the holes. We won't get abused. Like this, to me, feels like this is going to end up being too short. I'll do it anyway, but it feels like it's going to be too short. And I might be right about that, but we'll find out. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. All right. All right. Time to rivet these hearts in place, and we will see why this is a split. This is a split collar, or split choker, I should say. All right, so our goal is going to be to get them all together like that. And then once they're together like that, it'll be a lot easier to just treat them like we did our other collars and batch them out doing the buckles and all the cutting and stuff. Another day. Okay. Leather kitty doing leather things. If only I had an actual leather mask I could do something with. Silly, unfortunate inability to get a leather kitty mask. Or I should say a good leather kitty mask. I have yet to find a good pattern that would work for one crochet, and I have no idea how I would make such a pattern. I am unfortunately very poor at patterning. I'm pretty good at a lot of things, but patterning unfortunately is one of my weaknesses. So, you know, it's very much something that I kind of need to work on. As a skill, but I have real real spatial. As I said before, I have very bad spatial sense problems. So I find it incredibly hard to turn a 3D shape into a 2D flat for patterning purposes. So, like, and I've tried working with other people who are better patterners than I am, and it's always just fallen through and been highly disappointing and made me very sad because it's been so hard for me to get what I want. Okay. All right. Now that we have these done, we want to take. Now that we have these together, I want to take the long side and give it that same belt tongue that I was giving the other collars earlier. So let me grab my marking tool. And this is a 1/2 inch, so just mark it off loosely. Back to scraping and cutting, which is quite a bit of what I do. Depending on getting these done, I might be able to check one more thing off my list, which is little more of a, yeah, because we're already 2.5 hours in. So yeah, I'll get these done and see where we are. These actually won't take too much longer. I basically just have to do these tongues and then put in the buckles. So, hey Lori, how are you today? Hope you're having a good one. I'm kind of chugging along with my leather work here. I should be making a football. Thanks, but no thanks. That's a design I definitely don't want to do. Also, I don't give a crap about the Super Bowl. Care not about the Super Bowl. Hell, I don't even care about the... Hell, I don't even care about the Super Bowl commercials, which is what a lot of people tune in for. I mean, if I were going to make a leather egg, there is a pattern from someone I know that makes really good patterns. That is a Xeno egg, face hugger egg as a backpack. So you could like have a Xeno face hugger egg as your backpack, and it's kind of hilarious, but I'm also sure it would be incredibly complicated to make. I don't despise sports, I just don't care about them. It's just not a thing I care about. Like, I used to be into a bit of MMA because I had some friends that were into it. And so I learned a fair bit about MMA. And like, it's got a really toxic culture, but the actual techniques behind what they do is pretty impressive. But, you know, I do think professional sports are overvalued. I think how much money they put into it is obscene and just absurd, but you know, if you want to celebrate it, have at it. No skin off my back. So, Lori, what you missed me making earlier was, so far, what I've made so far is this stuff. So, here's what we've made so far. We made a bunch of these. We're doing a batch of thinner heart-shaped chokers. So, yeah, this is a... Rawr. But yeah. All right, back to these guys. Right, each one of them needs to have one of these. Those are big. Let me see if I can find a smaller one, some smaller ones. There we go. There we go. That's the right size. Each one of them does need to have one of these keepers, which is convenient because I have just 6 left. Yeah, Dragons, this is a very interesting band. I am enjoying it. On these guys, we're actually going to punch 4 holes, and I'll show you why in just a moment. 2, that might be a little bit too... Yeah, it's a little bit too... Alright. So these guys are getting 4 hole punches. And you'll see why in just a moment. After I finish punching all of them. Ladies bonus track. Let me get back to my computer real quick and I will reset YouTube because YouTube doesn't like me. YouTube's like, why aren't you watching? Why can't I show you advertisements? Well, first of all, your advertisements are blocked, but also I am watching. I'm just in the middle of something. Okay. Hit the bonus track. In the US, YouTube has a function where, especially if you don't have YouTube Premium or their paid service, it will auto stop every hour-ish because it wants to make sure that you're still there, because if you're not there, then it's basically it's using up bandwidth to play to an empty room. So it's very much a US YouTube thing for the advertising part. Not much we can do about it other than just restart the music every once in a while. Especially since I don't pay for Spotify, and I'd rather not have Spotify's ads on my stream. So yeah, basically that. Which, I mean, honestly, that's one of those things that's just a very minor annoyance, so I'm not too, it's not, like, whatever, I'm not too worried about it. Alright. And now for the reason why I am not, so as you can see, if I were going to use this hole punch on these little things, that would be huge and would take up most of the strap. So it's really kind of not worth it to use that big punch for these. So instead, I will just take a knife, a razor knife, and I will cut the slot myself. And I'll just go through here. And it'll be a little bit, it won't be quite as clean as if I had used a hole punch, but you know, you kind of do what you have to, and then I just cut it out myself. Since the tongue on these buckles is so much smaller, it's not worth it to have such a giant tongue hole. Man, some of these leather terms are lewd. I don't want it to have a giant tongue hole. I don't know about you, but I don't think I'd like to have a giant tongue hole. I mean, having a giant tongue can be fun, but giant tongue hole? I mean, that just looks messy. So yeah, I just cut out. So on these ones, I'll just cut out the hole for the buckle myself. It's almost as fast as using the punch, and yeah. It's one of those things. It's one of those things that most people aren't going to really notice, or it's not going to make a difference. All right. And then last but not least, oops, not you. You. 4, 5, 6. I have these cute little half-inch buckles that will go very nicely through my chokers. And I mean, they seem nifty. I'm not sure I would listen. I would happily listen to them anytime they come on. Am I going to seek them out as a musical band? Maybe not. But then again, there's very few bands I actually like seek out for music. But I like them. Solid. And now that I've listened to them once, YouTube will keep them in my playlist forever. What else? But yeah, I can write them down on my... I have a big long list of bands that I think are nifty. So sometimes there's just songs that I find that are nifty. Other times there are bands that I think are nifty, and I write them down. And I have a big long text files. I have a big huge text files that has like all of the music that I particularly like in it. Let me put these rivets in place without setting them, and then I'll get the music started again with a different something else. cut that one a little off center. Whoops. Just a little, more than a little off center, I should say. It'll be fine. Boonk. 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 Alright, let me get some music going again. And write down my little notation for that band. That was Contrast. Contrast. Good stuff. Music, music, music. Go down my list. On Trust. Okay. And go to music. And go to there we go. Wonderful. It's already pulling up some of my, this list, it's pulling up some replays, but okay. Sometimes music loops. This is another little band that I like. What else? Just do yourself. All right, Raven. Go to bed. Sleep goods. And there we go. There's a half dozen more little chokers. There you go. Whew. Okay. I think I have it in me for one more little project or thing I have left over. It is something that's going to make very little sense what I'm making until I've actually finished making it. But it is something that's pretty a regular item that I carry. It's something that is useful for a lot of people involved in kink and the kink lifestyle. It's very, very simple, but again has lots and lots of hole punching. So I will take those, put those to the side. Now I need 1 inch. Thank you. Is this the 1 inch? Yep, this is the 1 inch. Yeah. Okay. So I need, each of these sections needs to be 6 inches long. Right about there. And I need 4 of these per item I am making. And you will see why very shortly. This is what I'm making now is one of those items that uses a lot of rivets and is very hard and actually has a fairly large amount of hardware involved, but it is deceptively simple, I guess you'd say. Psycho. Hey, that's 24, or that's 8 of them. 4 6-inch sections. And we are going to punch holes in each of the corners. Alright, now we need to find the center of the 6 inches. So I should be able to line it up there and mark the halfway part. And the reason is I'm going to curl these in to the center and mark my holes there. About me. About me. Wow, that's uneven. That's uneven. I can fix that. All right, so now, of course, we're going to transfer those dots to all the other pieces. Psycho. Psycho voodoo. That they say about me, I'm not you. Just now, psycho voodoo. That they say about me. What do they say about me? Psycho. I will say I know that what I've been making today hasn't been the most interesting of stuff, but you know, as I said, that's kind of why I'm this was entirely a production day, and I absolutely appreciate whoever's here keeping me on task and motivated, and I love you being here. I highly appreciate it. These will go fast. What they say about me? They say about me. Alright, let's just start punching. I feel like my leather straps are a little slanted, but not much I can do about that. Not now, anyway. As you can see, when I get into the rhythm, I can punch these out pretty quickly. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Like, just having someone to share the load with, so to speak. This is another song I want in Beat Saber. I think, though, this is probably gonna be the last product that I'm gonna make for now. Mostly because I'm feeling it through my wrists and the back of my hand. And when I'm starting to feel that, that tells me that I am getting near the end of what I can functionally do for now. But hey, this is kind of, I will say, this is kind of what we're pretty close to what I felt like I wanted to get through today. I was hoping to get through maybe one or two other things, but that might be something I'd like to keep making this a regular thing, because again, you all keep me motivated, you all keep me on task, and like, not everything I make is really conducive to this style of streaming in this environment. Like the heavy thuddy guys I showed you earlier, that unfortunately is really not good for streaming, because most of my work is done in another room, or it needs a much bigger, it needs a bigger area. It needs a bigger area to work on. But there's plenty of things that I can do that will actually still work in this kind of format. Even if it's just sort of finishing work, or even if it's just finishing work or things like that. So hey, I managed to get exactly as many I needed. Hey, the Amiga King. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you doing so. I hope you have enjoyed what you've seen. If you've been lurking or hanging out for a while, I really appreciate it. Okay. And here we go. Metal Caramel Denson. Because who does not want Metal Caramel Denson? Yep. There is indeed a metal cover of this song. Alright. Dance with it. Yeah, there. What I'm making, nope, wrong holes. That is not a complaint you want to hear while dealing with BDSM things. Wrong hole, wrong hole. So what I am making here is what is known as a hog tie. And what it is it's a way, it's sort of an easy way to clip things to other things. In particular, if someone is wearing like leg cuffs and wrist cuffs, or ankle cuffs and wrist cuffs, this is the kind of thing that you can use to very easily clip those things together. They're very handy in that way. And you'll see what they look like when you know. I've also sold them to people who like the idea of, a lot of people will like clip them to their belts or their belt buckle, belt loops, and either hang things from them or just have them clamped around belts and stuff like that for the look. You know, they're kind of one of those staple items that I carry. Right, and the metal version of this as well, Camel by Camel. These the bastardry. Someone else band. Oh, my camel. Camel, my camel. Okay. Camel, my camel. Yeah, my hand is telling me it's definitely going to be done after this particular pair of items. Okay. Honestly, you and me both. I think. But then again, I'm a fan of metal in general, so. What just fell over? Something just fell over. Oh well, I'll find it later. Also, I like, this is Little V Mills, and I really like Little V Mills because he's a lot of fun. He doesn't take himself too seriously when doing these covers, and it's pretty much a blast. But okay, so this is the item that we made. I don't know how well you can see it, but the idea is you can use the snap clips to clip onto various things. And we already played this, so we are going to skip this one. We're going to skip down a few songs because I think skip down to that because that's the next one that hasn't been played yet. Ah. Fancy. They're nice for, as I said, clipping cuffs to each other, but I also know a lot of people who just will wrap it around their leg, clip it to their belt and wrap it in their leg and hang a bag from it, or have a belt or something going around it. It's kind of I won't say a common look, but it's definitely, I've seen it enough. Up the other one, two. That I'm diabolical. So we got one more of these to do. I try to keep so the reason I'm not making tons and tons of these is I'm restocking. So everything you're seeing me make today is restock. I try to keep a certain amount of inventory of those type of items around at all times. So that way I know that if I have to do 2 or 3 shows in a row, I will most likely have enough stock that if worst comes to worst, I will always... Yeah, appear in the most in quick cure space and also a bit pumped. Yep, exactly. That is exactly the best way to put it. But yeah, so this is a restock process for me. So that way I always have enough so that if I'm doing 2 or 3 shows in a row, and I may not have the chance to refill some of these items between the shows, I will generally have enough to handle the demand in most shows. Unless a show is like super incredibly busy or something. So I do, on these kinds of things, I do a lot of like miscellaneous stuff. 1s and 2s and, half dozen here, a couple there, just to, make sure I'm well taken care of. It's that, constant race to kind of keep up with everything. I know one thing I should be doing is like I should be taking, maybe I'll start doing that. I need to start doing the social media game a little bit more. And since I'm going to be coupling it with these streams, maybe I should, like, when I'm done, or, when I'm done or a little bit later, take a picture of all the things I made today, or at least a selection of the things I made today, and post it up on my Blue Sky. I do not have a Twitter because I will never, I think I've registered my name for Twitter, but I'm never going to use that particular application again. Let me see. I think this is a replay. So this is a replay. Yeah, it's empty. As I said, I need to. I'm not a social media person. Like, I know I need to use it more, and I need to get involved with it more, but I'm so bad at it. Like, it's not a natural thing for me. You know what I'm going to do? After this is over and the VOD is finished rendering or whatever, I will transfer my VOD onto the YouTube side. And I'll do a Blue Sky with a picture of some of the things that we did, and maybe a link to the VOD or to the YouTube video. That way, at least I get my Blue Sky moving. I get my I get my Blue Sky moving. I get some little bit of coverage. All right. So, there we go. There, now it's all pretty. Okay. I think that is where I'm going to have to call it for the leather. Hey, 6 feet. Good to see you again. I'm right about where I'm going to call it for today's leather crafting stream, because my wrists are starting to show it or feel it. My wrists are starting to like definitely get that wear and tear on them. I can feel the ache showing up. So you got 3 flats. Oof. That's a lot. How did that happen? I mean, I could definitely transition into... I was going to say I could transition into a game, but it seems maybe a little... The tires are 70 years old. Okay, that would do it, yes. How many times have you had them resurfaced and redone? I could switch over to... Oh yeah, I'm going to listen to this for... I could switch over to like Balatro or something. I'm honestly 6 feet. I am entirely surprised that it's still on the road then. But hey, I'm definitely done with the leather portion. I'm definitely done with the leather portion of my stream. So I will leave it up to all of you. I can switch over and do a little bit of gaming. Like I could do some Balatro or stuff. Or I mean, if you guys are kind of done, I can sign off here. Sort of up to you. I could keep going for a bit longer. It's sort of like, what are you all engaged in doing? I am here to be a streamer, so whatever that means. Oh. Yes, 6 feet. Oh, big stretch. Big stretch. You know what? I may be done with leather, but I don't think I'm done with the stream today. Thank you for the head squishes 6 feet. I'm not ready to be done. So I am going to switch over to mid-roll real quick, get a drink of water, and I think switch over to another game. Yeah. Are you waiting for a service machine 6 feet? Yeah, let me switch over. So to do that, I am going to switch into... Give me a moment while I switch over to the mid-roll scene. And I will be back. Oof. Well, I hope you're able to get help quickly. But I will be back very shortly. Let's transition to recess, and then we will get things switched over.
Whoo, and I'm back. As I drink a little bit of water. It says we're in an ad break, so I'll wait just a little bit until that ad break goes away. Get a little water. I hope you've all hydrated. You've gotten a little water. You've gotten everything taken care of during our little break. We will try and see if we can make some breaking hands. I am not optimistic, but we can certainly try. And I will certainly... I'll keep going, and I'll go for a bit longer. You know, I want to at least make the 4-hour mark. We can now take that desktop audio and go to the VOD. There we go. Hey, Daruda, how's it going? Yeah, let's do the, let's start a run. Let's start a new run. Is there any decks I haven't played yet? I am good, Daruda. If you just got here, you missed... I just did 3.5 hours of leatherworking and did a bunch of projects and stuffs. And now I'm going to... you were lurking. Cool, cool. And now I'm just going to close out with a little bit of Balatro. We're going to see what we can do. I was doing this abandoned deck because it starts with no face cards. I wish this had a random deck choice. Let's try the spectral deck, the ghost deck. We have red stakes. Melblinds give no reward money. And spectral cards may appear in the shop. And I start with a hex card. Let's go. Hex, add Polychrome to a random joker, destroy all other jokers. Okay, which means... yeah. Which basically means you want to get 2 jokers... and then... you want to get basically you want to get a disposable joker that you can sacrifice to the hex. Except I might not want to use it because my 2 blinds are good. So let's just skip straight to the boss of this ante. For those who don't know, this is a roguelike card game where your goal is to get a score of at least whatever your opponent's score keeps going up. You have to get that score, and you do that by manipulating your deck and building hands like poker. So here we already have 3 6s, Devil's Hand, which means we can get rid of everything else and see maybe we can get a full house or another 6 or something. 9 8 ace. Well, there's a full house. That'll be a good start. And I do not mind backseating on this game at all. I will miss things a lot. So if you see something I don't, please let me know. We have another 3, good start on another full house. So, and there's another full house. But yeah, if you see something I don't, or you have any suggestions or combos that maybe I'm missing, I do not mind those suggestions in the slightest. Cash out $7. All right. So we get a free joker. Our joker is copies the ability that this is a fantastic card if we had another joker, which we don't. We can get another joker by re-rolling. No, why did it? I think I lost one of my bonuses. Oh well. But even Steven's not bad. Now, this guy will duplicate whatever this is. So 10s, 8s, 6, 4s, and deuces give us benefits, which is good. I'm actually going to sell that. We don't need it anymore. We're going to skip the blind here because we can't get any chips from it, and our end result will be getting a tarot card, a bunch of tarot cards anyway. Random joker, 1 selection, 2 glass card, 3 diamonds, 2 tarot cards. It's usually best to just, hey look, more tarot. And let's just create a random joker. I don't have enough jokers right now. Okay, the misprint is just a random multiplier. Usually not great, but we're still early in the run, so it's fine. The Fool lets you duplicate something. All right, so let's move on. Queen Jack 987. So we have a possible straight, which means that this 5-3 deuce is completely worthless. 9876, that's better. But what we really want is like a 10. But that's still a decent straight, so we'll take that because it'll also get the benefit from Steven. Nice. There we go. We do need cash. And as much as I like the telescope, we need to save money. This is the psychic. We must play 5 cards. Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. Hey, look, we have a straight out the block. We're fine with that. It's not going to get us our 1,600 points right off the bat. Well, it might. It might. Yep, it did. Barely, but it did. We're really looking for something broken that the blueprint can duplicate. That's not good. No, neither of those are good. Foil hike, that's a good voucher. I will buy that, even though I want to save money. And let's go on to the next round. Free uncommon joker. We'll take it. Skip the blinds. Just double tap. Nah. We'll go through that. We want money. 998776. This is not great. But what we can do is take this pair of 7s, use our strength card to turn them into 8s. And now we have a nice handy-dandy 4 of a kind. All of which are getting even Steven's bonus. Tasty combos. We like strength. We're going to take strength. Adding 2 rank of 2s cards is just good. Might as well. All cards are considered face cards. We don't have anything that exploits that, but that could be something. Death is another good card to have pocketed. No repeat hand types this round, so I can only use each given hand once. All right. Nothing here is particularly attractive. You do have a flush. It's got that 8-4 multipliers. All right, we could do that. I still haven't found anything, you know, broken, but... Hey, when we can still beat an ante with... on one hand, we're doing okay. Ectoplasm. Add negative to a random joker. Ooh, but that reduces our hand size. I like our hand size. Oh, right, sorry. Forgot I turned it down for the music in my leather stream. Better? Yeah, we're going to buy and use. Alright, so the misprint. So this guy is now never going away because he's just a free multiplier now. We'll just go to the next round. Gives a free mega standard pack. Sure. Retrigger extra times. Works well with Even Steven. King of Diamonds is... We're still building multiplier, which is okay, I guess. Oh, we get 2. So yeah, we'll take the King, Steel King. Initial cards and booster packs and next stop are free. We'll skip the big blind to do that. Especially since we're playing the Tooth, who steals your money. Bad Tooth, stealing money. See if we can get that flush going. Can. Since everything counts as... Let's increase the rank of those. Yeah. $4,000 chips. That's really solid to begin with. Let's see if we can get another flush going. Flushes seem to be working for us. Ooh, that's nice. We want to switch off to change into going for the 8s now, I think. Alright, well, we have 3 8s. That'll be okay. Especially since this one's going to re-trigger, which is going to re-trigger Even Steven. And we'll get rid of the 5 of diamonds while we're doing that. Alright. We're only about 750. That shouldn't be too hard to put together. Although we do have no discards left. So we're going to have to go with the high card. And hope this is enough. Nope. Alright. Fine. I guess we're going with this last flush. And this drained most of our money, which is annoying. But we made it through. So now all of this is free. Yay, free! Plus 2 chips for each remaining card in deck. Sure. Creates 2 random planet cards. Okay. Plus 1 consumable slot. Okay. So now I can just use that. We do need to start getting more Celestial, those kinds of cards, because they are definitely... we're going to need bigger multipliers to make it through this. Choose 1. I would love to do that, but I can't. Yeah, that'll do better, because that really ups our cash for right now. And then we have one last standard pack. For what we're doing, nothing here is great, so I'm just going to skip those. free spectral pack. Meh. Spectral packs can be really good or really bad, but alright, let's give it a try. One random card in your hand, enhanced numbered cards. Converts all cards into a single random suit. I'd rather do that. Get a bunch of enhanced cards? Sure. Alright, let's go. So remember, our goal is to get not face cards, it's to get even numbers. Preferably even numbers. So really what we want, for example, is we really want a 6 or a jack. Well, this isn't too bad. Alright, well, I guess we'll do 2 pair. But we'll also take this 9. No, we're going to do that. And we're going to convert the 9 into a Steel King. So now we have that multiplier. We'll use the lucky card even though. 13,000. Really not bad there. I guess we're just doing a pair of 8s and getting rid of this green by playing it. And meet our blind. Now we can afford to buy things. Ooh, all planet cards and celestial packs of the shop are free. Yes, please. Like, free packs? Absolutely. Until I can find a good multiplier for my deck, this is absolutely something we need. Let's try going for a flush this time. Next round, the wall. Extra large blind, 44,000. Will we beat it? I honestly don't know. We've got a club flush going. That's better. Three of a kind is actually a better choice right now? Sure. Let's get rid of these 2 odd cards as well. Okay. There's that king again, which we like. How to discards. 10, 9, 8, 7. Ooh, we are just... Man. Oh well, guess we're playing a high card. This is not encouraging for us beating this particular ante. Nope. We lose. We are going to lose right here. That's a shame. It looked like we were going somewhere good, but not so much. Let's try a different deck. Let's try the Anaglyph deck. After defeating each boss blind, gain a double tag. Sounds good to me. Free Polychrome, Joker. Okay. Free booster packs and cards. Okay. And all spade cards are debuffed. Alright. We have a very badly spaced straight draw. I think I'll play this full house even with the debuffed spade. It'll be worth a fair number of points. Full houses are usually a good early game hand, regardless of debuffs. Hey, dragon. And we'll just play this pair here. It'll be enough to get us over the line, I think. Yep. Alright. So we want to play spades. Spades is good. Oh, I want both of these! Why you do this to me, game? All cards are considered face cards, and to re-trigger all played face cards. Well, I'm going to take Sock and Buskin to start with. Maybe that other one will show back up, but... yeah, the game is just taunting me at this point. Let's double our money. I don't really need the voucher. Create up to 2 common jokers. Okay, so yeah, all these are... that's fine. Okay, so now we have... basically, we get a tarot card if we have an ace high straight or ace low straight. 30 chips for each remaining discard, and every played card counts for scoring. So none of these are fantastic, but they're all somewhat useful. We do want to play spades. So do I go for the flush or do I go for the ace? I think I'm going to go for the flush. I'm going to keep both aces, but I'm going to go for the flush. There we go. The banner will give me some additional chips, but here we go. Now I can afford to buy some stuff. Yay! I'm not really gaining a ton of money, so that's not great. Let's just see if the standard pack has something in it. None of these are face cards, but but that's a spade, so we will take it. Move on to the next round. Discard 2 random cards per hand played. Oof, this is a horrible starting hand. I might as well keep the potential for something to happen up here. This is ugly, ugly, ugly. I guess I'm playing these 2 pair. That'll do something. Alright, because all played counts scoring, so I can at least get the multiplier off the 2. That's discarding the extra ace-king. I'm okay with that. Basically, where we are is we want all face cards, hopefully that are spades. We want as many spade face cards as we can get. There we go. 3 cards get converted to spades. I might as well convert the ace as well. And we'll see if there's anything worthy in the buffoon pack. That'll help. 3 of a kind. 3 of a kind, 3 of a kind. Well, I'm not playing off of 3 of a kind, so that's fine. Okay, dragons. So I can kind of explain it, and I'll explain it as we... I'll explain it through the next hand we play, as best I can. So, each round, you have to score the points on the challenge. So see how it says score at least 2,000 points? That's how many points I need to progress. Or I can skip it and get a small benefit for the following round, which I'm going to do in this case. So our goal is to... So we go into this level. And that was a bad example because we have a huge hand right now. But our goal is to reach this score by playing hands. The hands are poker hands. So you have high card, pair, 2 pair, 3 of a kind, straight, flush, full house, 4 of a kind, and straight flush. Each of those different hands gives you a certain number of points. In this case, 40 times 3. So if I was going to do 2 pair, I would do 40 times 3. But that score is modified by the cards you play. So let me see if I can show you how that works. And but to do that, I want to get it straight. You have a certain number of cards you can play each round, and you can discard cards a certain number of times each round. In this case, I'm trying to get a king, so I'm going to discard these 3 cards and hope I get a king. There's my king. That's great. So I pick the ace, the king, the queen, the jack, and I actually have the 10 all in spades, which is fantastic. That creates a hand. the hand is worth, it shows you right here, 100 times 8, or 800 chips, 800 points. Where it starts getting complicated is that you add, see how these have chips values to them? Blue numbers get added to the numbers on the left. Red numbers, see how it says played card with a spade suit, give +3 multi when scored on the right? Because of this card, every card that I play that has a spade will add 3 to the red number. So you've got all of these cards that are adding blue to the left, and all of these effects that are adding red to the right. And you total all of that up, and your goal is to beat 3,000 points in this case. These other jokers do funky things when you play cards. So this, for example, this joker right here says it'll re-trigger all played face cards. That means when I play this hand, the king will play twice, the queen will play twice, and the jack will play twice, adding even more points to the blue side. Do you kind of see how that's working together? Does that help? Okay. That is the overall game. The trick is things can happen in the store or throughout the game that change your deck or change your cards. So, for example, I am trying to, since I have this little card here that says I get a bunch of points when I get spades, I'm trying to find things that let me turn as many of my cards in my deck to spades as possible. But let's play this hand now. I have a suspicion this hand by itself is going to win, but we'll see. Did you see that? How that little thing lit up with fire? When it lights up with fire, that means you have won with the single hand you played. So we got 11,568 points off that one off that one play. And then you get some cash for winning, you get some cash for how many hands you have left, and you get some extra cash for keeping some cash. The other thing is this joker up here gave us this card because it's just a random thing it does. So we'll cash out. Ooh. I mean, it's a net. So this is a joker. See how it has a +20 red? It says if it's played, or if the cards you play has 3 or fewer cards, it'll give you 20 to that red number. But it's also a negative. See how it says you have a limited number of jokers you can have. This guy gives you a joker. So he basically, other than it costing us money, there's no penalty for taking him. I can just have him. Now I'm going to play this Arcana pack. And again, and these are, as I said, these are what are called, these are Arcana packs. These are ways of modifying your deck or modifying how your game is going. Right now, none of these are really useful, but this one gives me money, so I'm just going to use it to give me money. This one says... This one does what's called leveling up. If you remember how, like, the different hands give you a certain number of starting points, what this does is this, like, increases the number of starting points those different plays give you. Cards drawn face down after each hand is played. Well, that's a bummer, and I don't like that. I want to try and get more of those spade cards, so I'm discarding my hand to make, hopefully, more spade cards. There we go. That is a flush. See, now it's giving us 65 times 8. Well, and we win! 8,000 points. Now, you can get some absolutely broken combos in this game. This is a good card if I was playing straights, but I'm not playing straights. This is a good card if you're playing a lot of hands, but we're not playing a lot of hands. So I don't really want either of those. But we have these mega packs. I keep going with the flush, so I'm just going to keep boosting the flush. But I get another one because it's a... doubles my money. So I could get a lot of money here. So I'm going to use one, because that'll just give me another 20 cold cash. But this guy lets me destroy a couple of cards, which is great, because see these non-spades? They're not spades. We hate not spades. So we're going to destroy them. We're just going to remove them from our deck. Bye-bye, you don't exist anymore. I don't want to reroll the boss blind, so we will play this one. Oh, wait. Crap, I kind of did, but that was my mistake. Again, we're going to go fishing for spades. And look, there's spades. But we also want face cards, so... let's raise the rank on those. Yay, we win. This joker right here is effectively doing nothing for us because we play big hands, but meh. We're not playing anything there, so we might as well pick this up. It adds to our red stack for every joker that we have. It adds to our red number for every joker that we have, so that's pretty good. All right. Glass card, steel card, gold card. Steel cards are good because they increase the red number by a lot. So we're going to put it on the jack there. I'm going to skip the big blind here because after I defeat the big blind, I'll get 25 cash. And I've got a copy here, so now I'll get 50 cash after I beat the boss. For this guy, I really need that flush again. Some kind of flush. We have a flush here if we need it, but we want a better flush if we can get it. So our goal right now is to hopefully get better spade cards. Okay, well that's somewhat better. I'm hoping this will activate twice because of this card. Nope, it didn't, but we still won, so that's okay. Money! You get all of the money. 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 Take a death card. There's no reason for me not to just buy everything now. I can afford it. All of the money. Foil cards are nice, but we're building flushes. Having another king with a multiplier in it is worth taking, so I'll take that. Free Mega Standard Pack, but I would rather have the next one. Ace, King, Queen, Jack, 10. Might as well play the straight. But we'll enhance those to lucky. So they are worth more. So they have a better chance of. They have a chance of doing more things. We win again! This game can get pretty crazy. When you get weird combos coming together. Ooh, creates a legendary Joker. Yes, please. What is this? This Joker gains plus times one multiplier when a face card is destroyed. Aww. So that's playing against our Sock and Buskin, but I could use it to get rid of non-spade face cards. Yeah, we have 6 Jokers. I'm going to skip this blind because I want the next 2 stores to be free, basically. Oh, look, all diamond cards are debuffed. We don't care about diamond cards. Alright, so Mr. Jack of Clubs. I wonder if this counts. No, that does not count. You actually have to destroy them. That is a shame. I will play 4 of a kind, though. Oh no, these diamond cards are debuffed. Guess we just have to get rid of them. And there is our flush again. Yay, flushes. $51,000. That is a good number of points, but it is not the ludicrous number of points we will need to keep going in this game. Ooh. Tempting, but maybe not. Rerolls cost 10 less. Yes, please. Jumbo. This... Since we're going for this anyway, I'm going to take it. Since our goal is to get all spades, it's probably worth doing that. All right. Don't want another... Well, I should have picked that, taken that, but that's okay. This is not going to be a fantastic score, but it ain't bad. Again, what we want is the spades. Give me nothing but spades, game. I don't have nothing but spades, but I do have enough multipliers that... This should do a lot. Okay, that wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be. I think we play the 2 pair now? Yeah. There we go. Better. Made it! Played face cards, +5 multiplier when scored. I just got you, but I don't care. Rather have you. This isn't doing anything for me. None of those do anything for me. Let's re-roll, see if we get anything interesting. Glass cards are good sort of emergency buttons. One more. Sure. We want to skip the blind, keep those free stores coming. -1 hand size. Yay. Come on, give me spades. Spades, please. Okay, well, this is a flush at least. Even if it's not spades. And our flush score is pretty solid right now. I don't think I can pass up a 4 of a kind. But what we will do is we'll use that, so hopefully it breaks and removes it from our deck. Nope, still in the deck. Alright, this is looking better. It'll make you a gold card so I get even more money! There we go. More money! More money! Ooh, black hole. Upgrade everything! Always good to see one of you, boys. Stone card, multi-card, clubs. Don't care. None of these are great, so we will just turn those to multi-cards for now. Creates up to 2 random tarot cards. Alright. Okay, so you're now holographic. Beautiful. Alright. Ooh, free Mega Celestial Pack. Sure, why not? I'll get 2 of them. What do we have here? Straight flush, 4 of a kind, 2 pair. Let's try the straight. And 4 of a kind. And then I get another one. More flush, because flush is good. And straight. And we'll play this one. Before we discard more, let's just play the flush we got. $37,000 is a good, solid score. Which Just not good enough. Alrighty. Dink, da-dink, da-dink, da-dink. We want to keep that steel card, so we will play the gold card, because I don't need the money quite so much. Yay, we win. And contains a pair. Not doing either of those. So that was kind of a waste of the Joker part of a store anyway. Turns the left card into the right card. Great. We want more spades. More spades. More face cards of spades, specifically. So we roll. Free double tag. No thank you. Three cards converts things into spades. The eye. No repeat hand types this round. Okay, so that means I can only do one flush. And then I have to play other things. Ooh, I know what I can... Can I? Yes, I can. Alright, so those two will get converted to spades. And then I will play straight flush, which is distinguishedly different from a regular flush. So I can play a straight flush and then later play a regular flush. All right. $7,000 left, and I cannot play another flush. What I can potentially do, though, is play a full house. With a couple of spades in it. And that'll get me there. Not entirely satisfying, but... you know, what you gonna do? Yep, exactly. Nope, nope. Sure. I mean, it's a negative, it just goes. Ooh, free rare jokers. Sure. flushes. I will not be picky about getting a ton of face cards, but especially when I can get 36,000, so, you know, that's a pretty solid number. Full house, I will play you. Alright, now I should go for a flush. Should have enough spades in here. Yeah, the big cards, I like the big cards. Alright. This should be enough. Yep, we got there. Each card sold resets plus... Okay, so... both of these are really good if you can get them early in the run, but we're at the last bit of the run. Yep. Like, both of these are fantastic earlier in the run, but... I just want to... yeah. They're not good here, is my problem. And this guy is just not performed. I am reasonably confident we can still beat the... Yeah. First card, round has only one card. Yeah, we're not doing that though. So I'm just gonna buy these and sell them immediately for a little bit of cash so I can get some rerolls. Let's see if we can get something a little more useful. There we go. That'll work. 3 times 0.25 multiplier for each blind skipped. Currently a 3.25 multiplier. That is a very solid bonus. Might as well roll until we're done, though. Because I think I am going to be done after this run, and I'm not going to continue this run past the end boss. Here, that'll be useful. Flips and shuffles all Joker cards. Well, it's a good thing none of our cards are order dependent, so... It's also kind of funny that you can tell somewhat which card is which. Go away to all of that and just give me flush materials. There we go. Yep, exactly. Hey, 236 grand. I win! So there is an endless mode, which gets ludicrous. It gets really incredibly difficult and just hilarious if you can build a deck that's that powerful. I do not think we have that kind of deck. So I do not think it is worth me going for the endless mode today. And also, I can feel my voice getting a little scratchy. So we have worn out. So congratulations, chat. We have worn out my wrist and my throat today. So, yay for that. Congrats for that. Yep. But we're good. But I had a ton of fun today. I want to thank everyone who is here who is lurking, who wandered in and chatted, and Dragon for hanging out with me all day and being here for this pretty long stream for me. I hope you enjoyed watching the leather work. I hope you enjoyed watching our successful Balatro run. Darudo, thank you for being here. At the very least, I will see you on Thursday because my Thursday stream always seems to run right into your multiplayer stream, which is really a good time. But for now, I think I'm going to have to call it a stream. As I always say, I hope you learned something today. I hope your today was better than yesterday, and I hope tomorrow is better still. But until the next time I see you, which will be Tuesday, let's see if we can raid somebody. Twitch, don't have sound going. Thank you. Why don't we? Oh, hey, Patchy is doing some making and crafting as well. So why don't we raid?
Secret boss kicked your butt.
So why don't we raid them? You'll be head to bed as So we'll do a quick raid to Patcine, P-A-T-C-C-I-N-E, P-A-T-C-C-I-N-E. Make sure I got that spelling right. All right, so we'll head over and really quick give a quick hi to Patchy. No raid message specifically. Just say hi. Just say I was raiding them. And y'all have a good evening. Thank